2026. Thank you for joining us this evening. The purpose of this special meeting is 3 City Council executive sessions are scheduled, and any executive sessions that we are unable to complete before the regular meeting will be done after the post-meeting presentations. City Attorney, will you please read the titles into the record?
Thank you, Mayor. The first executive session on the special meeting agenda is to consult with outside counsel and the city attorney regarding the legal issues associated with collective bargaining and the city's collective bargaining ordinance pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code 1113C8 and Colorado Revised Statute 2464024B.
Will each person please speak your name and agree to hold this confidential?
Obi, is that a yes?
Amber Hot, yes.
Adam Barajas, yes.
Christine Ireland, yes.
Jack Johnson, yes.
Sarah Narmella, yes.
Claire Carmelia, yes.
Actually, Mayor, just to provide clarity, as you polled your colleagues, you indicated
To the first. Are we doing all
state their
three?
names
Yes.
and whether they would hold the discussions confidential. I think we want some clarity just to be sure that council members are willing to enter into the executive session on this specific subject.
Okay. Are we willing to enter into exec session?
Obi, is that a yes?
Amber Hot, yes.
Adam Barajas, yes.
Christine Ireland, yes.
Jack Johnson, yes.
Sarah Narmella, yes.
Claire Carmelia, yes.
Thank you. And I'll go through the other 2 titles just so that we can get them read and discussed during the open portion of our meeting before we start the first executive session. The second title is an executive session to consult with the city attorney on legal issues concerning the authority of local law enforcement to preserve public safety in relation to federal enforcement actions pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code 1113C8 and Colorado Revised Statute 2464024B.
Are we going to read all 3 of them?
Oh, well, if you could poll your colleagues as to whether they're willing to enter into exec session on that specific title.
We got it.
Obi, is that a yes?
Amber Hot, yes.
Adam Barajas, yes.
Christine Ireland, yes.
Jack Johnson, yes.
Sarah Narmella, yes.
Claire Carmelia, yes.
And the third title for the special meeting is an executive session to obtain direction from City Council on a proposed intergovernmental agreement with the Adams 12 School District pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code 1113C4 and 7, as well as Colorado Revised Statute 2464024E1.
Okay. Once again.
Obi, is that a yes?
Amber Hot, yes.
Adam Barajas, yes.
Christine Ireland, yes.
Jack Johnson, yes.
Sarah Narmella, yes.
Claire Carmelia, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that would conclude the open portion, the public portion of the special meeting agenda. So if the clerk could, for now, stop the webcast on the special meeting and begin a separate recording for the executive session.
Go for it, Grace. No, I did like it.
I'm gonna
Good evening and welcome to the Westminster City Council meeting of February 9th, 2026. Please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you for joining us this evening. Please remember that our meetings are governed by the rules of decorum posted inside the chamber doors. We ask all attendees to maintain a respectful environment. No disruptions, threats, or audible expressions of support or opposition are permitted. Signs and placards are prohibited, and all attendees must remain seated in designated areas. If you wish to speak during public comment, please sign up in the lobby. Sign up closes at 7:15 p.m. Roll call, please.
Councillor Barajas.
Here.
Mayor Carmelia.
Present.
Councillor Rosati.
Here.
Councillor Hott.
Present.
Councillor Ireland. Here. Councillor Johnson.
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Here.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Mayor Pro Tem?
I move to approve the minutes of the January 26, 2026 City Council meeting as presented.
Councillor Hott?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, it looks like there are no presentations this evening, and so we move on to public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to address City Council on any issues or items pertaining to city business. During public comment, each speaker will have up to 3 minutes for their comments. Staff will follow up with questions and outstanding issues. There were no public hearings on tonight's agenda. City Clerk, would you please report the number of email and voicemail comments received and the number of individuals signed up to speak this evening, and then call the first speaker?
Yes, we received 1 voicemail and 1 email, and we have 10 speakers signed up. Our first speaker is Gary Bland.
This again, I want to talk. Can you hear me? There's nobody. Can you hear me? Hello? There.
Yes. Welcome.
Got to eat this thing. Let me know when you got your copies. Everybody good? Okay, let me get my glasses. Oh, my time's already running. Okay, I just want to go over the general public hearing procedures. Talked to Abby today, and what I'm trying to reflect is we got to make some corrective actions on our general guidelines. She said it was kind of like not really, I'll let her describe it. But anyways, take a look at those highlighted things. I just want to point out 2 of them. F, city staff enters into the public hearing record copy of public notice as published in a newspaper. Apparently that's not existent anymore, just so you know. Found that out from Carson. So G, we're talking about the Zerger property today. You're looking to do a second reading. The property owner or representative presents evidence and describes the nature of the request. So that's Jefferson County School District. They haven't been here ever. May 7th, never. Doing pretty good on time. I want to reflect back on that meeting we're talking about. I'm going to read this verbatim. Frankel summarized his legal opinion, stating that a disqualifying financial interest must be direct and substantial, not to speculate, indirect, or incidental for the legal purposes when you guys excused yourself or voted for this amendment that we're talking about. What I want to talk about is when you get down to it's in your packet, I read this. I just want to jump down so I got some time. Or involvement in the development entity. So now I want to sit there and generate some concerns of mine. HBA, this stands for Home Builders Association. Metro Housing Coalition, it's on a website, you can look it up. I could tell you right now that the intermediate past president, Brian Conway of Cardell Homes, was a past president. So I did a little bit of research. Let's see. Yeah, I did some research. And what I'm concerned about is with Cardell being part of this process. I looked at some of your campaign donations, and I think some of you guys know. So we're going to talk about the Metro Housing Coalition. I've seen it quite a bit on a number of places. So I feel the integrity, me as a resident, I'm kind of bound to, I just want to be fair. I think I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janella Carlson.
Hello, my name is Janella Carlson, and I am the Communication Director for the Westminster Stake for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And it's been my privilege to work with many of you in projects in the past, such as tying quilts for our foster children in Adams 12, or the Thanksgiving meal that we do at the, or that we help with at the Westminster Presbyterian Church. And we have an event coming up that I wanted to share with you. It is a Teacher Appreciation Night. It is March 1st, Sunday at 6 p.m. And on this night, about 25 students in our area, in our congregation, have invited 25 of the teachers at the local area. They're at Legacy High School. There's many in our area at the different high schools there, and they come and they spend 2 or 3 minutes. Each of these seniors have an opportunity to let these teachers know of the difference that they've made in their lives, of how they have inspired them, helped them, noticed them, and had an opportunity to grow because of them. Our guest speaker will be Chris Gadowski, who was nominated as the Superintendent of the Year this year, and it is a wonderful evening. We would love to invite any or all of you to come. It will be worth your while. You will feel an incredible amount of optimism in the future as these seniors give this gratitude to their teachers and of what they will be able to go forward themselves and to do so. I have the invitations for the City Council, each of you here, and the Mayor Pro Tem. And if anybody else is sure welcome to come anywhere, we would love to have you. So thank you for this opportunity to let you know about it and to invite you, and you will not regret coming. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bruce Baker. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I am here to really demand that this council do not push your hate of federal government into Westminster. Your implied opposition to helping federal immigration authorities enforce U.S. law is horrible. All Westminster, and most especially the police, have a duty to cooperate with federal authorities. The outrageous incidents that have occurred in Minneapolis are a direct result of local authorities not cooperating with federal authorities. Because you are dishonest, hateful people, I know it will be difficult for you to cooperate with the feds. You have repeatedly been allowed to exercise your hate to hurt people in Westminster, but this hate is far worse than the personal attacks and the really diverting of public money to your friends you have done. Placing yourselves above U.S. law, betraying the oath you really freely gave to the people of Westminster, undermines everyone's safety. Now you have proven you do not value diversity or inclusion. Those are clever words by which you cheat the people of Westminster. When really choosing an appointed member for the vacancy the mayor left on council, you really rejected the candidate that really received over a third of the popular vote to really place into office a clone of yourselves. That's not inclusion. that's not harvesting the values of diversity. That is a really majority out of control. In the 2021 city election, candidate Welazadi stated, my background uniquely qualifies me to eliminate partisan politics. In the 2025 election, every winning candidate appealed to the hatred of Republicans by seeking the endorsement of sitting Democratic congressional members. It is never acceptable to harass, obstruct, or attack law enforcement members. You know that. The only way to stop that sort of whistleblowing vigilante interference is to have our police cooperate with federal authorities. If you cannot fully and faithfully cooperate with federal authorities in enforcing a democratically passed majority rules law, how can anyone know that you will faithfully and fairly enforce any laws? Our society is built on
time is
trust.
up.
Do not betray our trust.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeremy Nuanez.
All right, well, that's a tough one to follow. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here because I'm genuinely concerned about the direction of our city by what I heard in 2 weeks ago, your guys' city council meeting. Several of you spoke out about making our residents safe, but the tone would suggest a willingness to limit or obstruct ICE operations if they were to come to Westminster. You also referenced holding an executive session to discuss what cooperation is legally required. My question is simply, what does that mean for the actual safety of our residents? We all want Westminster to be safe, peaceful, and a lawful city. I do not want to see violent protest, property destructions, or public disorder here. What's happening in other parts of the country, particularly Minneapolis, shows how quickly things can escalate when federal immigration enforcement becomes a flashpoint instead of an actual coordinated public safety effort. In Minnesota, federal immigration officers were involved in 2 fatal shootings of U.S. citizens during the enforcement of these operations and related unrest. ICE agents have also been injured while trying to do their jobs. Regardless of where the blame is placed, the result has been chaos, fear, protests, and violence. That is exactly what we should be learning from and working to prevent here. There are documented cases where protesters used whistles, loud noises, and organized demonstrations to obstruct federal operations, while those same events were described as peaceful even as arrest, clashes, and property damage occurred. At the same time, crowd control tools such as pepper balls have caused serious injury, including one individual who was permanently blinded. These are not abstract concerns. They are real consequences of disorder and confrontation. Even more concerning, we have several reports in other cities of armed civilians taking it upon themselves to set up informal roadblocks, question people, and check identification, acting as if they have legal authority. That is dangerous, unlawful, and completely unacceptable. I do not want that vigilante, self-appointed patrols or no-go zones anywhere in Westminster. Public safety must remain the responsibility of trained, accountable law enforcement, not civilians with weapons and opinions. I respect the right to protest, and I believe deeply in compassion and caring for others. That is part of our shared community and Christian responsibility, but we also call to just obey laws and respect lawful authority. Westminster should not adopt policies that could be perceived as obstructing federal enforcement or encouraging confrontation or vigilante behavior in our streets. We should not allow media narratives or emotional reactions to override common sense. None of us want anything bad happen to our families. I urge the City Council to keep that shared goal front and center as you consider any future policies. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andre Shalape.
Members of council, good evening. My name is Andre Shalape, and I want to begin with values that we should all share. Public safety, human dignity, fairness, and due process. Those values depend on leaders who speak carefully and truthfully, especially when the issue revolves around law enforcement. If you have not seen it yet, the Adams County Board of Commissioners recently published a statement about federal immigration enforcement and repeatedly labeled that activity as, quote, appalling. That word is being used as a verdict, not a finding. Calling law enforcement appalling while simultaneously demanding an investigation and due process is both hypocritical and hyperbole. It prejudges the outcome and publicly undermines the legitimacy of federal officers before any facts are established. I speak from experience. I served more than 30 years as an Army officer, leading under the Constitution and the rule of law. In every command that I held, we were taught that public trust and lawful authority is fragile and that reckless rhetoric by leaders can do real damage. This is not about attacking immigrants. People deserve dignity and safety regardless of status. It is about how elected officials describe lawful enforcement. Yes, fear and anxiety in immigrant communities can be real. Leaders should acknowledge that, but leaders also have a duty to be honest about what immigration enforcement is for. It's to identify, detain, and remove individuals who are unlawfully present, including those with criminal histories, outstanding warrants, or prior removal orders. The county statement avoids that reality and ignores victims of crime. Instead, it sends a message that enforcing the law itself is unjust. That message is dangerous. When county leaders label lawful enforcement as appalling, they weaken public confidence in law enforcement, encourage hostility toward officers, and blur the line between peaceful protest and interference with lawful operations. That creates real-world risk for officers, bystanders, and the very communities officials claim to protect. Why does this matter? This matters directly to Westminster, because 61% of your residents live in Adams County. The tone set by county leadership affects the safety, the climate, public trust, and law enforcement environment for a majority of your constituents. I urge this council to take a clear and public stand, reject the county's inflammatory rhetoric, affirm the rule of law, and stand with law enforcement professionals carrying out lawful duties. Compassion without accountability is not leadership, and rhetoric that undermines lawful authority does not make communities safer. It puts them at risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Donna Werkeiser.
I didn't print up enough of these. So this morning I was driving out of my street and they were putting these billards up. You'll see it on the first page. And I asked them why they're doing that. And they said, because people keep on going around the speed bump. So I asked them, why wasn't that speed bump ever posted? And they showed me that sign up in the corner, that little green sign with the guy walking across. And I guess that little lump means there's a speed bump there. On the second page, you can see that sign is posted after the speed bump. And the third page is the sign on the other direction, posted right before the speed bump. So these things that they just installed this morning, you have to come all the way out. I'm watching most of the cars go past over the yellow line to get past these things that they stuck in the middle of the street. It's just a safety hazard. People have hit that speed bump and hurt themselves. I read that you're supposed to have that speed bump posted 100 feet before the speed bump, not behind the speed bump and not right before the speed bump. And I've never seen a speed bump sign look like that. Just need it taken care of. I mean, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Lampo.
Hello to everyone. Hello to Westminster. I'm Tom Lampo, and I'm here to lift Westminster up to the Lord in prayer. So please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, we invite you here to the city of Westminster. You are always welcome here. This is your city, You are holy, the Lord God Almighty. No one is before you, and you answer to no one. No one can approach your authority. You constantly war for our souls against an enemy we cannot see. Our adversary wants our destruction. You want eternal life and freedom from bondage for all. You're consistent and trustworthy. Your word is strong and powerful. Hebrews 4:12 states, "For the word of God is living and active, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing to the division of soul and of spirit, of joints and of marrow, and discerning the thoughts and intentions of the heart." Bring your word alive to our lives, because in it we can have life and defend ourselves from our adversary. All of us in Westminster are here for this time. For your purpose, you have placed us here. Guide us in our thoughts and deeds, and bring meaning and purpose to our lives. Direct us to the path you want us to travel. Isaiah 26:4 states, "Trust in the Lord forever, for the Lord God is an everlasting rock." Everything about you is solid. We can set our foundation upon you and build a life worth living. You don't care where we've been or what we've been a part of. You're a patient and loving God. Send your Holy Spirit into our lives and change us to live a life worthy of you. As we look around us, there is confusion and fear. None of us are immune from it. The world gives us multiple messages, although none of them give insight to your truths. We need discernment, wisdom from you to make sense of it. Your word in 1 Corinthians 2:14 states, "The natural person does not accept the things of the Spirit of God, for they are folly to him, and he is not able to understand them because they are spiritually discerned." Help us to look past our natural circumstances where we can be deceived and look to you for discernment of what is happening around us. Only then will we truly gain understanding of the world around us. You are our God, and we are your people. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Thank you, guys. Have a nice night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Ramsey.
Hi, how are you guys tonight? Thanks for letting me up here. So the reason why I'm here is because I have a parcel here in Westminster, and it was annexed into Westminster back in 2006. I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with the Camelic property annexation. But anyways, during that annexation, properties around my properties were the old railroad properties. This property is right behind the Target off of 104th over by the Mandalay Bay, if you guys are familiar with that. So my property is right in the middle of that. And so in 2006, the city council here took that property along with the railroad properties and made it open space. And it gave it the moniker of city-owned open space. And and the city has never owned that property. It's been deeded back from 1929 until now, basically. And so going through that property, I found out in 2013 that the city approved part of that property be turned into a wetland, basically. And so in 2013, it was buildable. In 2014, it turned into a FEMA flood zone. And also, it's because in 2012, the city council approved, basically contracted with the company to be able to basically to make that part of the Camelic flood zone, basically. So my property is right off of Old Wadsworth, right there behind that Target. And and there's also in 2014, they also put a manhole cover there. So it's part of a sewer system that they put it right inside the property. They dug a ditch that, what's called from one end of the property all the way to Walnut Creek across my property. That's what made it become a FEMA flood zone. Now I know I'm missing out. Matter of fact, for the longest time, Century Park, the pin that you guys would put on the maps was my property. It wasn't the properties next to it or anything. It was actually my property. So so I know nothing's going to get solved here tonight, but I'd like to get it on the agenda because I'm the only person in Colorado that I could know that owns open space. And not to mention, open space, by every definition of it, makes it public property. And like I said, it was buildable at one time. Now it's not buildable. And just different things like that. So I'd like to find out, if we can get this on the agenda and get it taken care of. I've met with John McConnell, I met with the city manager, met with the city attorney, I met with planning and development. I met with the engineering department. The engineering department cannot even tell me what that drain is for, and it's coming off of the city of Westminster property. So just different things like that. I mean, all I'm doing is hitting my own, what's called walls, basically. I have emailed, I've sent registered letters to the city attorney, heard nothing back. So I'd like to see if we can get this going. And there's many laws to be able to remedy this, and I don't see any reason why. It's pretty simple, basically. And if that'd be great. That's all I have.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michaela Newhart.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak and for the work that you do. My name is Michaela. I commute to Denver on weekdays for work. Several months ago, I noticed a bald eagle flying over 36 on my way home, and it landed on a tree branch next to what is now the Westminster Water Facility development site. I began to look for this eagle and noticed it was at this tree often. Since the prairie dogs were fumigated at the site in November, I have not seen that bald eagle. I started to consider what value do prairie dogs have other than their intrinsic value, and is it enough to support coexistence? In terms of economics, the prairie dogs had 3 primary values at this site. Their non-use value, which to me was their existence value. They created value to me just by existing, and also knowing that they have one of the most complex non-human languages. Their second value is their indirect value as a keystone species in the ecosystem they created, such as a food source for the bald eagle at the site, or their carbon sequestration abilities through their burying systems. And their direct use value. Although these prairie dogs did not have any direct monetary value, it cost $34,000 to fumigate 2,400 burrows at the Westminster Water Facility site over a 2-day period. My hope is that the City of Westminster will advocate for coexistence or consider non-lethal methods for prairie dogs in the future, because their total economic value is high and the cost of killing is even higher. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Fenimore.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Jody, Larry, staff, citizens. Had a glorious day, 70 degrees outside. Enjoyed the thunder out of it. Kind of a odd time for this time to be having 70 degrees when we probably should have some colder weather and some snow. But at any rate, I'm here to talk about common sense. I don't have a lot of degrees behind my name other than one. I've got a master's degree from the School of Hard Knocks. From that degree, I've seen a lot of life. Been through this, been through that, up and down. The comprehensive plan that's concerning this Zerger project was from the 60s. Those people put in a lot of time and effort and energy to plan that neighborhood, that community. For time to go by and for it to be changed and condense the homes in that area was not foreseen. It was set, and that area is completely developed. So what you're doing is going against what was seen as the best for the community back in the day. Last meeting, I was personally insulted for some of the comments that were made about what's going on with the federal government and law. The previous administration let in over 20 million people come across the southern border. We don't even know what came across the northern border. And we're stuck with a lot of problems, and we're trying to solve those. The man and woman that was killed had been causing trouble for days and days prior to that. It just wasn't a single item to where they were targeted and put out of their misery. So you guys are voted in to represent the community, the residents, not for your personal views, not for your political values. You represent all the people, not some of the people. When you come up here and start talking about personal agendas and your personal viewpoints, you're not representing the people, you're representing yourselves. I would ask that you refrain from that from now on and be more professional. I think you guys are a great bunch of people personally. I think we can all work together if we really buckle down and use common sense and think of what is best for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was the last speaker. Thank you, speakers. City Manager Andrews, do you have a report this evening?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I do have a brief report this evening. If I could have the next slide, please. By way of city update, tonight is the second in a series of strategic planning preparation sessions. So an information session preparing for City Council's strategic planning workshop on Saturday, February 28th. On February 2nd, our last meeting, we focused on the unhoused community. We had our partners from Adams County and Jefferson County with us for that study session. Tonight, later in the evening, is a discussion of community engagement and communication heading into that strategic plan. And then at our next meeting of City Council on February 23rd will be a housing focus. So I just wanted to put in context. This is the second of 3 sessions building towards our strategic planning session at the end of the month. Next slide, please. I do want to highlight for City Council and our community that our utility bill roundup program has launched, and our residents are quickly signing up for this. So, so far, there is solid interest from our ratepayers in Westminster, and I want to highlight that the community members can round up their utility bill to the nearest dollar, or can designate a fixed contribution each pay period, and this will go directly into a fund that funds vital assistance for local families in need. And even just a very small amount, a roundup, can make a big difference. So please do consider signing up. You can scan the QR code or get information on this directly from our website. Next slide, please. Also, by way of city update, I do want to announce that the water supply line construction begins this month. So this is a installation of a very significant water main, and this follows extensive community engagement and marks the construction of one of the 2 main water lines for our new drinking water facility. Work will start near Old Wadsworth Boulevard and 92nd Avenue, and that line will run north on Old Wads, cross the BNSF Railroad, shift to the east at 96th, pass under Westminster Boulevard and US 36, and then connect to our new drinking water facility right there on Westminster Boulevard. So significant construction. This is a big one, and it's one of 2 mains for that new facility. Next slide, please. I also want to announce, related to that work, a very specific focus for tonight, and that is, as part of that project, a limited number of trees will be removed this week near Betty Adams Elementary. Work is scheduled during the winter dormancy to reduce impact to trees and migratory birds. It will also impact the temporary trail. There will be temporary trail detours to accommodate trail users. So there's a map there that's also on our city website, and those closures will be in place to ensure safety of our trail users. Next slide, please. For tonight's agenda, we had this was unique. We had a special meeting from 6 to 7 p.m. for an executive session, and we will pick that executive session up at the end of this evening because we didn't get through all 3 of these subjects. The first one is consultation with the city attorney regarding collective bargaining and related ordinances. The second executive session item tonight is consulting with the city attorney concerning the authority of local law enforcement to present preserve public safety in relation to federal enforcement actions. And the third is an executive session regarding a proposed intergovernmental agreement with our Adams 12 school district. There is also an executive session with our Westminster Economic Development Authority, and that is related to the city-owned Holly Park property on Federal Boulevard. Next slide, please. Second slide, information only. There are 2 items in your packet tonight. Update on abatement and deconstruction at 3050 West 71st Avenue, and also the Standing Lake Master Plan. Given the weight of our agendas and how we have 3 less Mondays in the first quarter of this year, we moved that to information only so that you could have the information. Anybody with questions, please reach out and we'll get those answered. Also on a consent agenda, there are 3 items tonight. 1 item of new business, that's the first reading of Councillor's Bill number 4, and that's regarding a proposed economic development agreement with the Red Lotus Den in downtown Westminster. And then under old business is the second reading of Councillor's Bill number 2 regarding the comprehensive plan amendment for the former Zerger Elementary School site. And I would remind folks that this is not a public hearing tonight, that the public hearing was held prior and closed, and tonight is the second reading of that bill. Next slide, please. Final slide on tonight's agenda. 2 items up tonight: discussion of proposed amendments to City Council rules, regulations, code of conduct, and protocols. And finally, what I mentioned earlier, the 2026 City Council community engagement, your vision and priorities for community engagement and communication. Next slide, please. This week's a busy week. Tuesday, tomorrow, February 10th, there is a Planning Commission meeting right here at City Hall. That starts at 6 p.m. On Wednesday, February 11th, there is a community project meeting, and that's regarding the Northridge Senior Living Retirement Community Proposal. That's at the Bradburn Community Center at 4050 118th Place, and that starts at 5:30 p.m. Also, Wednesday night is a Youth Advisory Panel meeting at City Hall here at 6 p.m. Then we move into Thursday, the 12th. That's a Parks, Recreation, Libraries, and Open Space Advisory Board meeting. That's at the Westview Recreation Center, and that begins at 6 p.m. And then finally on Saturday, our fire department professionals are again offering a free car seat clinic for anybody that wants to learn how to safely install your children's car seats. That's at Fire Station number 2 at 9150 Lowell, and that is by appointment only to make sure that we can get you in and get you set up. So please call ahead at 303-658-2400. Next slide, please. Our next meeting of City Council will happen on February 23rd because next Monday, February 16th, is President's Day, and we will not be meeting on President's Day. The city administration offices are closed on next Monday. Next slide, please. There are many ways to reach out and connect with your city. Access Westminster. You can phone us directly, get service at any time during the day. On weekdays, you can get our website information on almost everything we provide, and also check out our transparency portal where you can see where your dollars are spent here at the City of Westminster. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions on the city manager's report? I'll just say I stopped into the Nature Center the other day, and they were very excited about the expansion. So I'm really excited about the whole Stanley Lake vision plan being put in place soon. Okay, with that, do we have any council comments? Councillor Hott.
Yes. Our Westminster police officers went to police academy and are highly trained. Federal agents are not police officers and do not have the training actual police officers have gone through. We trust our officers who are actual police officers when it comes to public safety. We do not need untrained federal agents to do their jobs. Our officers do not need federal agents to do their jobs. I trust our officers, not untrained vigilantes that are murdering American citizens. I'm here to defend all Westminster residents, including our undocumented residents. Thank you.
Councillor Barajas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to note a few things that I don't have any slides for, but the Citizens Fire Academy, so part of my background, which some folks may know, is that I did the kind of gambit of Citizens Academies here in Westminster a few years ago, all of which I enjoyed. The Civics Academy that the City Manager's Office put on, the Police Academy, and then the last one that I did was the Fire Academy for citizens. So I'm just letting residents know that the Citizens Fire Academy applications are open, and so if anyone would like to apply, the application deadline is February 26th, and I would love if you need my help or assistance in kind of figuring out that application process, please feel free to reach out. I would love to encourage anyone who's interested to apply, and the first class for that will be March 11th. And speaking of the Citizens Fire Academy, every graduate from the academy is encouraged to join CFire. CFire is citizens volunteer program that does mainly fundraising, a lot of other activities. They do a lot of volunteering with the fire department, but also fundraising for the fire department. And one of their fundraisers is at, and forgive me, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Johnson, is at Pickleball Chicken and Pickle. Next, it's on the 22nd, so from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., anyone who orders food there, 10% of that proceed will be given back to CFire. So if anyone would like to play me in some pickleball, I'll see you there. Those are my updates. Thanks.
Councilor Ireland.
So I want to thank everyone that came out to speak tonight. I know it takes courage to come and speak what's on your mind. Couple things to start off with. City manager and I spoke about a memorial for John Palmer. Many people have come forward to me and wanted some memorial. He had no memorial service. He was basically cremated, and that was it. Out of sight, out of mind. But that's a worry for a lot of citizens. I've had people suggest a bench outside in the new city park we're making at the city hall. I've had even suggestions of naming a park after him. But I love city manager's idea to have a plaque put on the chair that he sat in while he was at city council. So if the city council will help me approve that, I would appreciate that, because he sat on the same chair every time, and he kind of got upset if people had his chair. So I miss him back there, and he loved the city. We didn't always agree, but he loved the city, so I hope that we can have a memorial for him. I appreciate Michaela coming out and speaking about the prairie dogs. I know that's a very biodiverse area. I was upset that when we were building a water treatment plant there because of the biodiversity there, and the cost of the land was outrageous. That was not my choice, and I regret it happened, actually. And I enjoyed the eels myself, and my friends all told me about the eels and kept track of them. So it's sad to say that they're not there anymore. As far as those that came out to support our federal law enforcement, I did make a statement in support of our federal law enforcement last week, and I will reiterate, as a citizen, especially an elected official, I have a duty to uphold the laws and statutes of our city, our state, our country, and support their enforcement. One of the core tenets of my faith, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is found in the 12th article of faith, which states, "We believe in being subject to kings, presidents, rulers, and magistrates, and obeying, honoring, and sustaining the law. If we disagree with laws, our responsibility as citizens is to seek change through lawful channels and civil dialogue, and not from violence." My hope is that we can come together to sustain the laws of our land and their enforcement, and to support the right to change them in a lawful and civil manner if we do not agree with them as a majority. I don't believe in this divisiveness that is tearing our country apart. But there are laws to be upheld, and if we don't uphold them, we have no country. It's total anarchy, and I don't think any of us want to live under anarchy. And also, thanks Tom Lampo for coming to pray. I think we should all be praying for moisture. Utah prayed for moisture, they're gonna get some. I believe in prayer. And I thank Tom for coming and reminding us who's in charge. It's God Almighty. So thank you, Tom. And thank you all for being citizens and speaking out. Thanks.
Councilor Rosati.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank everyone who came out tonight, and I love the John Palmer, so the idea of recognizing him in some way, so I think he does deserve something. And for the residents who came out regarding the speed bump sign and the open space issue, I'm assuming staff will get to them. I think thanks for bringing those up. It's the first that I've heard of them, so I'm curious what the resolution will be on that. Thank you.
Councilor Ireland, did you have anything else?
I did want to mention the speed bump. The signage was not what I actually ever saw as a speed bump sign. It usually says speed bump. Also, thank you for telling us about your land. I had no idea that you own that, so please follow up with me. Okay, thank you.
And before we move to further comment to Councilor Ireland, to your request, did we want to go ahead and take a poll on your thought to put a plaque for Mr. Palmer?
That would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, I'm just going to go on down the line, and I think we'll do an unofficial poll here if there's interest. Councilor Hott?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Did we have further council comments? Okay, well then I will save mine. Then I'll say thank you to everyone who came to speak. And again, to Councilor Ireland's point, thank you for bringing up the speed bump. That is unique. I haven't seen that. And for educating us on your open space. It's good to know what's happening there. I personally am a little unclear on the ask, but I can be sure to follow up with you perhaps after this or via email or learn from staff what it is and how we can help. And to the young lady who spoke about the prairie dogs, I will advocate for humane practices in every instance that we can to the best of our ability. You are absolutely right about the related nature of our ecosystem and the fact that we are likely affecting predators and bald eagles out there. And so it's definitely something we should be thinking about and trying to do our absolute best to uphold as humane practices as we possibly can. And as far as those folks speaking on the federal immigration authorities, I'll say that it's interesting that we were asked to cooperate when, in fact, cooperating with federal immigration authorities is actually against our current form of government. And so upholding our current standard of government does not agree with cooperating with federal immigration authorities. So I just wanted to clarify that form there. Any other thoughts? Okay. With that, we're going to move on. We're going to move to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? I have lots. Councilor Barajas.
I move to approve consent agenda items 8A through 8C.
Councilor Hott.
Second.
May I have a roll call?
Councilor Barajas.
Yes.
Mayor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Councilor Hott.
Yes.
Councilor Ireland.
Yes.
Councilor Johnson.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. There are no appointments or resignations this evening, and there are no public hearings scheduled this evening. And we will now move on to new business, beginning with a discussion on a potential public statement regarding federal enforcement actions. The item is Councilor Bill's number 4. Do I have a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Mayor, if I could, I believe 11B is a separate item. I think 11A is agendized for council's discussion at the request of council from last week. So I think if council wants to engage in a discussion on 11A, that would be first.
Yes, that's.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's not, okay.
I was just going to.
Make a motion for 11A.
No, well, this is a discussion, right? So I was just going to ask if it might be of interest for folks to enter into the executive session discussion that we have agendized for later tonight that could impact this discussion now.
City Attorney?
The executive session that is part of the special meeting agenda can be convened. The plan was to convene that at the conclusion of tonight's regular meeting. The scope of the 11A discussion, my understanding was council had a desire to consider a public statement, and this would be an opportunity to consider a public statement in an open meeting tonight, if that's your desire. It's really available for council to set the space if you wanted to use it for that purpose.
Councilor Hott.
Yes, I just want to thank staff for the work that they did in putting together a statement, and I just wanted to thank you for that and for getting to it so quickly. I believe it was on Thursday that I saw the draft, and that was, maybe it was even Wednesday, I don't know. It was like 2 days, and so I just want to thank staff for their swift and well done work. Thank you.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to echo Councilor Hott's statement. I appreciate the work that was done on this, and I think it's a good statement. One of the discussion items I would like to bring up to see as an addition to the statement that I do support is a specific recognition of calling on our federal delegation, calling on our federal delegation as it relates to specific demands for action and reform, particularly the existing proposal that has been put in place or that has been proposed at the congressional level related to the restructuring of DHS, the addition of accountability measures, and the enhanced public safety measures that are being proposed in Congress right now, and add to our public statement a call to our congressional delegation to support those measures.
Any other thoughts? Councilor Hott.
Yeah, I agree with Councilor Johnson.
Councilor Ireland.
I would have to read it and study it before I could agree. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Nermello.
I agree with the addition from Councilor Johnson. So, and just as I know we're all looking at something that is, I don't know if it's been made available to the public yet, but it's not setting policy. It is a statement versus us like establishing next steps or a policy, and that certainly would be something that we would be very thoughtful about how we would go about doing that. Hence, we have an exec session to help us even have some clarity on that later tonight. So thank you to staff for responding to our desire to have some level of statement made about that does express our concern.
Do we want to do a quick poll on the addition that Councilor Johnson mentioned? Okay, I will start on Christine Ireland, Councilor Ireland.
No.
Yes.
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 Thank you. And then I'll just say Attorney Frankel. I have a couple minor edits on verbiage, and so perhaps I can just respond to you with my suggestions, if that makes sense. Or what is the best format?
Apologies. So when City Council requested this agenda item be placed, there was some reference to statements having been issued by Jefferson County and by Adams County. So if Council wants to be clear as to what the statement that's proposed, there isn't anything yet in the record. There's no Westminster statement yet in the record, nor was there one published with the agenda packet, because it was really intended to be a conversation, I think, for Council. And so if Council, if there's consensus on a statement with additional, verbiage, it might be best for Council to articulate the statement so that we can understand it.
Are you asking to have the entire statement read out?
I guess the question is what statement does City Council want to issue? So that, yes.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I have a few more folks here. Councilor Ireland.
Thank you, because I haven't even heard what the statement is, so thank you.
Councilor Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And per the advice from City Council, I will read out a proposed draft, excluding the additions that Council had just voted on that have yet to be added to this draft for the record. So, like many of you, we have watched in horror and disbelief at the escalation of violence and deadly force used by ICE agents in Minneapolis and in other parts of the country. We, being the Council, support the bipartisan call for a thorough and fair investigation into the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, two American citizens with Colorado ties, and anyone wrongly targeted by ICE because of their race or beliefs. We demand justice and full accountability for those who break the law. We stand with the impacted communities in Minnesota and across the country, including here close to home. No person should have to be afraid to go to work. No child should be scared to go to school. No parent should have to decide whether or not to open their front door for their baby. And never should a person fear for their life for standing up for what they believe in to be just, peacefully, as their right as an American citizen. As Westminster City Councilors, it is our sworn duty to uphold the Constitution. We condemn the flagrant disregard of our constitutional rights, including due process, free speech, and unlawful searches and seizures. Let us be clear on where we stand. The City of Westminster will not waver on our core values. ICE has detained people, including children, simply for the color of their skin or their accent. We continue to protect and advocate for all community members. We are grateful for the professionalism demonstrated by our local law enforcement officers who continue to lead with dignity and respect in our community as they protect both our civil rights and public safety. We believe the Westminster Police Department is best suited to enforce laws, rules, and regulations within the City of Westminster. Our law enforcement officers have worked tirelessly to prepare, to protect, and serve any resident or guest within our boundaries of the City of Westminster, and we have absolute faith in their ability to do so. The fear and violence in communities across this country must end. We stand for human rights of those peacefully protesting and impacted communities.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there any further discussion at this time on the statement?
Madam Mayor, it may make most sense to again poll on the adoption of that statement for the final draft for the City Attorney's guidance.
And City Attorney, I'm struggling a little bit if we have edits to make, how we do so up here on the dais.
Well, I suppose if there's consensus on a final statement the Council would like to issue, I think it would be an option for that statement then to be placed on the city's website, if that's the Council's desire. And I guess I'll leave the discussion whether or not there's consensus on a statement. Okay. It sounds like the statement that Councilor Johnson read would be supplemented by the earlier language about calling on the congressional delegation to support specific measures. So with that additional language, I suppose the question would be, is that acceptable to Council, or are there other edits requested?
And do we need a formal vote, or do we need is a poll appropriate?
I think, yes, a vote just to establish that there is consensus so that we know to take the next steps as far as perhaps publishing the statement on the city's website, if that's council's desire.
Okay, I thought I heard a poll was okay, but if we're doing a formal vote, then I'm going to need a motion. So I'll ask for a motion. Councillor Ireland.
I'm fine with the peaceful protest and all that, but I have not studied what Councillor Johnson has proposed. So I am not into adding that to it. I'm fine with the citizens, being lawful for citizens and for peaceful protest, but I don't know what he is talking about, so I cannot add that to it and be comfortable with it. So thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move for the adoption of the forthwith mentioned statement with the additions related to calls on our congressional delegation.
Thank you. Do you have a second? Councillor Hott.
Second.
Thank you. City Clerk, may I get a vote roll call?
You can do a voice vote.
Okay, fantastic. Councillor Ireland?
No.
Councillor Hott?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
Councillor Barajas?
Yes.
And Councillor Zadi?
Yes.
And yes. Is there anything else needed at this time?
Just to make it clear, so is it council's preference that the statement be placed onto the city's website, just so we have next steps?
Copies of the congressional delegation.
Okay, I believe the answer is yes, because we just voted to adopt the statement. And so to do the statement, we're going to need it placed on the website, I believe, to move us to the next step to adopt it. And then Councillor Johnson just reminded me that there is another part that we wanted to add, which is to recommend that we add the language to our congressional delegates for their support on this issue and for them to push this issue. And Councillor Johnson, if you have any more language that you'd like to add, please add it.
No, Madam Mayor, but my preference would be to send copies of this statement to our congressional delegation that represents the city.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Yes.
And we also need to publish it online, Facebook or something like that.
City Attorney, is there any? I think that would be the final result, right? Once we reach final result, it sounds like we're getting maybe ahead of ourselves, but perhaps at that point.
I think I understand, yeah, that there likely is consensus on City Council to transmit copies of the statement to the delegation, as well as posting it on the city's website. I would defer to the communications professionals as to how to push out website content most effectively.
Thank you.
Mayor, if it's council's direction, we put it on the city's website and push it out through our social media channels. We have 4, so we'd use the 4 that we always use for city messaging, if that works.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? I think we're clear. Okay, I'm going to move us on to the next item, which I mistakenly mentioned earlier. This is Councillor Bill's number 4. Do I have a motion? Councillor Barajas.
Yeah. For the reason set forward in the staff agenda memo, I move to pass Councilor Bills number 4 on first reading, authorizing the city manager to execute an economic development agreement with Red Lotus Den LLC for the proposed development of the Red Lotus Den Eatery and Entertainment Venue at 5815 West 89th Avenue in downtown Westminster.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor Carmelia?
Yes.
Councillor Azadi?
Yes.
Councillor Hott?
Yes.
Councillor Ireland?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramella?
Yes.
And Councillor Barajas?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thank you. We will now move on to old business and passage of ordinance on second reading. Do I have a motion for item 12A? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to pass councilors, not 12-2, I believe. I move to pass councilors Bill number 2 on second reading to approve the comprehensive plan amendment for the former Zerger Elementary School site to change the current land use designation from quasi-public quasi-public to residential low density, subject to the conditions set forth in the summary of staff recommendations, based on the finding that the amendment complies with the criteria in section 11.521 of Westminster's Municipal Code.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Okay, roll call, please.
Councilor Azadi.
Abstain.
Councilor Hott.
Yes.
Councilor Ireland.
No.
Councilor Johnson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councilor Barajas.
Yes.
And Mayor Carmelia.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 5-1 vote.
Thank you. That concludes the business of a city council meeting. We have two post-meeting presentations and a WIDA executive session. For purposes of the record, we have now concluded the regular city council meeting. We will now convene as the Westminster Economic Development Authority. Do we have reason for a WIDA executive session?
Thank you. Yes, there is an executive session proposed for the WIDA board this evening, and it is for the purpose of discussing strategy and progress on the sale of property and to determine positions relative to matters that are subject to negotiation and instructing negotiators related to the Holly Park property located between West 96th and West 97th Avenues on the west side of Federal Boulevard, pursuant to sections 111(3)(c)(2) and 7 of the Westminster Municipal Code and section 246402 4E1 of the Colorado Revised Statutes.
Thank you. Can I get everyone's name and their agreement to go into executive session, starting with Councilor Ireland?
Yes. Christine Ireland, yes.
Amber Hott, yes.
Sarah Nurmela, yes.
Claire Carmelia, yes.
Jack Johnson, yes.
Adam Barajas, yes.
Obi Zadi, yes.
Thank you. It is now 8:09 p.m., and that concludes the public portion of the meeting. Thank you all for attending.
Test, test. Can you hear me? Okay, I think we have sound back, so we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Apologies for that. I simply going through some of the provisions in the rules that are out of date, and the appendices that are attached at the end there had originally been drafted for example, a 6:15 start for the login. We would recommend that it just be 15 minutes before the scheduled start time of whatever meeting is at issue, and making sure that we have a provision in the rules that reflects the code currently on remote participation for exec sessions and quasi-judicial hearings, which under 111.3G requires a 2/3 vote. So we just want to sync these up so that the code changes are reflected in the rules. And the same as for Appendix B, start time to be just a floating 15 minutes before the scheduled start time. And then Appendix C, these protocols for remote participation in exec sessions were drafted at a time when we were just figuring this out. And now I think that we would recommend a little more efficient, a secured platform rather than I think the current technology has changed slightly since these were drafted, so we will, if it's acceptable to council, we'll bring forward a proposal to update that as well, and as well as updating the email domains for the city, which are on page 19, still out of date to our prior email domain. And also syncing up the 5-minute testimony time on a voicemail to the current rules, which are 3 minutes for testimony.
Can I say something about that? I was not the one for wanting 3 minutes. I was the one wanting to keep it 5 minutes. But even if we go to 3 minutes, I would like those played in city council, because I have so much things going on Monday afternoons that it's hard for me to sometimes have heard them till I get here. So I would like to have them played. They are played at planning commission meetings. They should be played at city council.
It's choice. I think transcribing the messages was at one point the preference, because then they would be included in the packet as text, and instead of files, basically audio files. So I think that's a choice. If City Council would prefer audio files to text, I think we'd have to update.
I think the whole city should be able to hear what other citizens are saying, so.
Shall we open it for discussion? Sure. And then in case there's other items as well that we want to go through for discussion. So for this one, voicemails. Councilor Johnson, I saw your hand.
Oh, I had a question.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Is this, my understanding is that we're going to have another opportunity during strategic planning to talk about this. So is this the only opportunity, or the only proposed opportunity right now to suggest amendments to these rules, or are we actually going to further work on these rules?
Go ahead.
I think this is just the start of a conversation. You don't have to have all your suggestions. I mean, after tonight's meeting, if ideas come to you, please send them in and we'll compile them so that we can propose those amendments as well. The reason I understand this is being brought forward ahead of the strategic planning is that discussion of the rules and regs and then the code of conduct and protocols can at times be an in-depth discussion that takes a lot of time, and it might detract from or reduce the amount of time available for the strategic planning discussion on the 28th. So staff wanted to bring this forward ahead of that meeting, but it's certainly, these rules are council's rules, and we can always update them when council wants them updated. It doesn't have to be this month. It can also be later.
Sounds like we're going to begin the discussion now. And from what I understand, we can bring this back as a future agenda item, maybe to complete the work? Okay.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. And then in between now and then, if we have thoughts and ideas, we can email them to you.
Please do. Yeah. So we'll be putting together a draft of the updates as they come in, and then we can present them to City Council for your consideration.
Thank you. In that case, why don't we make the edits that are come to mind just right now, but I wouldn't be too concerned. We can hold your thoughts, email them to Mr. Frankel, and we can get those all completed in our next study session. So with that, I'm going to leave the discussion open, though, to Councillor Ireland's point on the voicemails. Did anyone else have a thought? Councillor Hott?
Yes, so the reason why, I just want to remind folks, the reason why we made that change was we had other local municipalities that were receiving really awful phone calls, particularly with anti-Semitic messages. And on the phone, you don't know if someone is actually a resident. There's no face when they come and they give public comment. There is a face who is speaking, and over the phone there is no face to who's speaking, which gives people, they feel that they can say things that they wouldn't say if they had to have their face out there, and they don't have to give their real name. So that is why, because of the issues that we saw happening amongst our neighboring municipalities, we decided to get ahead of it, so that way those messages were not played for our residents to hear and potentially be harmed by.
Any other thoughts? Councillor Ireland?
Can the city clerk not play the ones that are like, so we have to play them all?
Under city attorney?
That's a First Amendment issue.
I agree. It's a bit perilous when we start doing content-based and filtering through materials. So I would recommend a
I'm all for the
uniform
First
policy.
Amendment anyway, so I'm for hearing them anyway.
I'm for keeping them in the packet, being transcribed.
I think if they want to talk like that, people are going to know who they are.
They're not going to know who they are. That's why it's different. They know who they are when they come.
In person, they don't have to say their real name.
I'm gonna call on folks' names, just to reset real quick. Why don't we have, since discussion is complete, do we want to do a quick poll?
Transcribe, keep it the way it is.
Okay.
Transcribe, keep it the way it is.
Just play them out loud.
Okay.
Play them out loud.
Transcribed.
Transcribed.
I feel two ways about this, honestly. Let's keep it transcribed. That's my vote on it. So sounds like we're gonna keep that one right there. Okay. Are there any other rules that we want to address right now that we want to discuss? Councilor Barajas?
We got a new handout. Is that the next one?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Not that I want to push us that way. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to miss my mark if I didn't comment.
And that was the second half of the intended presentation. So now that everyone has it in front of them, these are the code of conduct and protocols of City Council. And essentially these are intended, I believe, to facilitate, the working relationship and the business of the city through the council. So to the extent that there are house rules established here, the first 12 house rules have been adopted by past city councils in an effort to sort of facilitate collaborative spirit and effective working together. I think these are obviously council's house rules. So to the extent that you think of changes that you'd like to see, same invitation applies. Let me know if you'd like to see changes to the house rules that are listed here. I, would probably offer one for your consideration, just an add a new house rule, which I would probably call number 13, and might say something to the effect of 3 or more members should not discuss public business outside of an open meeting, as a reminder of the open meetings law, just to have it there as a reference. But as far as, the protocols that follow the house rules, the protocols are intended to, set a process for, your interactions with each other, with the community, with staff, and how to respond to requests that you'll receive, and how you can bring matters forward onto future agendas. Protocol 4 talks about placing items on an agenda. As staff reviewed this one recently, we were concerned that A and B, these two paragraphs, the way it's broken out, might make it a little less clear, and that it might need more clear if we could combine those into a single paragraph, honestly, to have some clarity, because we do get questions from time to time about the process for placing items onto future agendas. So if council was open to some clarification on that, we could work to achieve that for you. Similarly, Protocol 7, with regard to council-initiated employee contact, it might be possible to combine those into a single one if it provided clarity for the group. This, addresses how council members can request information of staff through the city manager's office, and how those responses are coordinated to ensure that they are responded to in a timely manner. So I think, we could potentially clarify 2A and B for the council-initiated requests for information, if that would be helpful. So I'm open to requests and suggestions as far as, doesn't have to be tonight, but as you start thinking about what's working and what could be improved, we can absolutely change these protocols to help council.
It seems to me that we're going to have an easier time sending suggestions after we sit on this and look through it. But for now, does anyone have a comment or a suggestion? Councilor Brajas.
Yeah, so I'm excited for kind of the discussion of this. I am thankful for City Attorney Frankel's leadership in guiding us around this discussion. I can't direct council to do anything, but I would ask my colleagues to potentially, as they kind of look through this, to potentially look for ways that this can kind of empower our collaborative work. I know that in recent weeks, we've come to really be excited around the wisdom and the collective perspective that all of us have, our ability to collaborate and work together even in disagreements. I think that as we kind of engage in these codes, the House rules and the protocols, I think it's a good opportunity to look for ways that we can be creative around our collaboration. I do want to name one, the gratitude I have for city staff for trying to really engage with council in creative ways. One thing that I am learning kind of in my first couple of months is how the sunshine laws are really incredible and really allow a good look of transparency, but they really do limit the work that we can do kind of randomly. So I think that means that we as council have to be creative when we want to kind of collaborate and work together, instead of just saying, well, it's not a Monday night, so therefore we can't really, roll up our sleeves. So that's something that I'm kind of thinking through and excited to use this as a tool, not necessarily just a barrier, I would say. Second piece, in terms of the kind of the section, the Protocol 7 that the city attorney was speaking us through. I think some clarity would be helpful. Just for some examples, there, as I was preparing comments, I kind of had a random question. I was like, okay, I could, ask the city manager and the assistant to the city manager to kind of do some research for me, or I could just call, or not call, but send a quick email, or place a phone call to the, office of a director to kind of ask. So I know that I do appreciate to be mindful about my position. So it wasn't necessarily I'm a city councilor, you tell me all these things, but just, hey, quick question, who was the contractor we worked with here? And so I think the fact that there's openness around that is helpful. Though I do appreciate on the bigger requests using the city manager's office, because I think those are not only quick, but also really thoughtful. So anyway, so I just wanted to kind of add that to that perspective to that protocol.
Thank you. Any thoughts on that, City, Mr. Frankel? On calls and questions to staff, should they all be documented, for example?
I think
that's kind of the precedent we set.
So I think in the past, we've asked that there be a focal point for inquiries through the city manager, essentially. And that way, we can ensure all the requests are responded to, because the city manager has in place a system that's, to be candid, more advanced as far as responding to outside questions than I have in my office. So I do appreciate that the city manager's office leads those efforts to be responsive to these inquiries. And I think that having the manager's office, if the manager's still willing to have that in place, be the focal point for those inquiries would be helpful.
I think, may I add to that? Yeah, so, and I appreciate the question and the comment, Councillor Barajas. I've been in this organization when it's been done both ways. The current process is a good one for two reasons, and that is, A, I know what you're working on and what you're asking about. That gives me acumen around what's, what you're engaged with, what you might bring forward, what you have already brought forward. Also, if you've noticed, that information that you get is also shared with all of council. And so that is very effective, actually, and very efficient, because then when a discussion comes up, you're all on the same page, and that there isn't something that that we have to back up on to have everybody get that information, and that can slow down public discourse. And so for those two main reasons, and we do have a system in place. Sometimes it's not quite as fast as a phone call, but it could be. So all inquiries to me and Cody Blue Herb at the same time, and then Cody will, you'll see actually Cody will initiate and get you back fact-based answers, like who do I call if I want to report something. That happens immediately. But the request for data or information, it's ideal that it goes to the manager's office, and then I can deploy the resources necessary up to the limit, actually, in one of these documents, without seeking council's authorization to do some background and some research work. Does that make sense?
And if I could, I think Protocol 2 touches on that, Mr. Andrews, in that we have in the past established that the manager would be the focal point, the recipient of their inquiry, with copies to the mayor, mayor pro tem, and councilors. And generally, just to be aware, if research will take more than approximately 3 hours of time, the request then is brought to council at, and I would suggest, the next public meeting, and not just study session as it's currently drafted, and that the majority of city council determines the direction on the request. So that would be a proposal for your consideration.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just wondering on that, I think at some points we probably cumulatively with our asks exceed 3 hours of time. And so just kind of wondering, do you have an outlet to just say, uncle? Like, we may have something coming up like a strategic plan session where we're just like question. And it may exceed 3 hours. You could have staff spending, half their week responding to research questions that are under 3 hours each. But, in terms of their ability also to just get our work plan done, how do we monitor that?
Maybe there's a better way to describe it than 3 hours. I mean, maybe there's a cumulative aspect that could be incorporated.
Or if there's like an outlet of just saying, hey. I need more time, or.
See the city manager doing some math over here, so.
Interesting.
Yeah, so the past week, I don't have the exact number, but just from my head, there have probably been 22 responses from the city manager's office to varying degrees questions and follow-ups on check-ins and things like that. If those were 30 minutes each of staff time, that's 11 hours. If they were up to an hour, which some of them were exceeding an hour, that's 22 hours of staff time in one work week. And then there are weeks where that's probably pushing 40 hours. The requests from you in email are the highest priority, and then right there are also community requests because you often get those, and so you'll see that those are really grouped together in these numbers because I do respond to the community, and I will typically, if any one of you was copied on this inquiry, you will all get the answer to that community member because chances are you're either going to get that same inquiry or at least you will benefit from the information shared out on that question. But just to put it in context, but no individual one exceeded 3 hours. So that was the cap on those 22, roughly. But it does add, you're right, it does add up in peak times. Now, we know that we're in a build up to the strategic planning session, so a lot of this is good information that you're seeking and I'm reporting out on. So the danger for me as city manager with not seeing requests coming through, if there's another 20 that I'm not aware of because they're going directly to directors, that could take that number to 80 hours and I wouldn't be aware of that. And then I'm saying to my directors, okay, performance management wise, why are we late on this agenda memo? Or why didn't we get this one in on time? Or how did we miss this key delivery date? And they'll push back and say, well, I did 14 responses this week. And I say, well, no, you only did 4. And so it's a way to manage, for me, to manage performance and performance expectations for the organization. But the short answer to your question is some weeks it does stack up and can push upwards of a work week worth of staff work.
Counselor?
Yeah, and I definitely just want to clarify, was it the phone calls were more just like, oh, hey, the Christmas lights look really great. I just, I could make the email go down 15 chains, or I could just, call someone to leave a voicemail saying, great job getting the Christmas lights down in a day sort of thing. But I definitely understand kind of one, that maybe some, this is protocol that we're setting in place for ourselves and also for council to come, or at least advice for council to come and can understand that there's boundaries are good. So I appreciate that. Just a kind of added conversation on Mayor Pro Tem's thought. I've been feeling the lots of emails kind of coming back and forth and reading through a ton of the emails, so I know that there's been kind of a lot of churning going on. I do wonder if there's any wisdom in the protocols around, like, hey, here is something that voters have told me, blah, 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 and this is a vision that I think I need to enact. Can we do some research on this? Versus, hey, here's an email that I got from a resident, or here's like, kind of a pass-through, because I feel like a lot of those emails, even if we say, hey, collectively, we want 3 hours collectively per week, we're still gonna, does that mean we say no to residents? And I know you're not saying this, but if 22 hours, or 21 of these hours were resident questions, just maybe if there is any separation or delineation between the two, if that's not necessary, if we're not gonna kind of put anything in place around it, maybe it's not necessary, but just knowing that there are two kind of
So to drive to a solution here, are we asking or offering to lower the barrier?
I think Protocol 3 addresses service requests from the public, and Protocol 2 is, I think, intended for service requests from council. So the 3-hour clock is really addressing council requests, not requests from the public. The public requests are all responded to. Right, and Access Westminster tracks and helps us manage those, I believe.
I just, I think I deal with this at my day job. So just kind of thinking about how things can get backed up with not only council requests, but we have a very high level of service for our community members that perhaps folks don't have as much context for, but we respond very holistically and with a great deal of attention to each individual community member, which I can't say is the norm for a lot of communities. So which is great service. I think at a certain point, how much can we handle? I know we have a pretty good communications office and staff, but it also trickles down to the individual staff members. So I'm flagging that. I'm not necessarily suggesting any change from that MO, but I'm acknowledging that you add that into, requests for, that can be cumulatively quite heavy. And I also just want to be cognizant of, hey, we're going to be putting a pretty aggressive work plan and strategic plan, together, and that we need to leave time for staff to actually get stuff done. I don't know if there's at least just some protocol for communicating. We might need to prioritize some things, or we might need, just some way for, our staff to kind of say, Uncle,
To follow up on this thought real quickly, it sounds like we were going to be unrolling Access Westminster pretty soon. Where is that at? And do we think that would really help?
Awesome question. That's one of the parts of the next presentation.
Next presentation.
Yep. So we will get into that. I would note on the community requests, one of the key advantages to being a highly responsive staff to community requests is that by doing so, we will typically mitigate what you address in public meeting, sometimes by way of public comments. So when something is felt like it's untended to or unresponded to, the two tonight, I hadn't heard of those before. The person who mentioned the city manager, it must have been a prior city manager. I just wanted to tell you it wasn't me. I didn't leave him untended. But that allows me to manage those situations for you, right? So the two that came tonight, there were nights before in earlier times when that was 10 or 20 people coming and telling you they're not getting, your city's not getting back to me. I'm frustrated with the city service. So I'm trying to find the balance for you where what you address here are new issues and policy issues and that sort of thing that are raised, but not people complaining that they haven't heard back from their city.
Yeah.
That's the trick.
He did talk to me afterward, and he did not mention you as one of the city managers.
Okay.
Okay. Good. But he's going to call me, so I will tell him to call you. Respond.
I will, whatever information you get, by the way, from that individual, just share it out with me, and I'll make sure staff follow up with him. Yep.
Okay, well, I'm going to go through a quick list of suggestions that I had emailed these some time ago to our city attorney, but I can forward them via email once again, but I just want everyone to hear them before whenever our next session is. And several of these were suggested by a city who does their initial council home rules really well. And then a few of them are just items that have come up as working here. And one of them, I just figured we could add, since we were just talking about it, is all questions go through our city manager. We might as well write that here in our process. I think we discussed that last time we talked about this, and then I didn't realize till now it wasn't in there. But one would be prepared for meetings, and there's expanding, but I can, email all the extra details that this city had in there for it. Another one was keep an open mind, leave personal agendas at the door, which can be really helpful. 3 was deliberate on the issue, speak to the merits of the issue and not question a person's personal motives. 4 is be respectful in general, which I think is the goal of all of these, but we tend to have that on the first one, but we might want to add just be respectful, period, before the statement itself. 5 is make fair council decisions. And 6 is social and traditional media. When making public statements, it's appropriate to use the platform for your personal position and avoid and refrain from undermining council members and staff for their votes and values. And 8 is staff direction, avoid giving staff direction. 9 is just basic respect to staff and our stakeholders when they come to our meetings. And 10, sounds like we're about to get in our next presentation more information on this, but Access Westminster, we could possibly start instead of going through, it depends, I think we're gonna have to hear that presentation on whether they're ready for this yet. But it seems like Access Westminster might allow us to take tickets and issues from folks, and so we don't have to be using our emails the way that we're using. So we might want to look at that at a later time. So just more to come there. I want to obviously let our Director of Communications explain that, but those are all, and it looks like I don't see any of those recommendations. So I will email them, and hopefully we can get some of those. Yes, Councillor Hott.
Nobody's going to tell me how to use social media.
Okay. Councillor Barajas?
Just to this is in terms of Access Westminster, I would be open to kind of like alleviating maybe some of that email process, just so that it's kind of more focused. When I asked about Access Westminster, I was told like the current protocol, like don't use that as a counselor, email us instead. So like if I'm like walking around and have it on my like laptop, or sorry, my iPad and my phone. But if there maybe is a way to, I mean, I'm sure we're going to hear about it, but maybe just me echoing some clarity around that would be good. Or even if we need more discussion around that, like if it would make staff lives easier and make stuff, I'm down for that for sure. Like whatever that looks like.
Thank you. Councillor Ireland?
I'd rather see the citizens' emails personally, so. Access Westminster so far has not been working right. People say they put things in there and they never hear from anyone, so I want to know what's going on.
Okay. Councillor Johnson?
People might throw tomatoes at me, but I would love to put out the idea of starting the city council meetings at 6 p.m. Not as like voting on it tonight, but to think about for as we deliberate on this process further.
Thank you. That is something we can deliberate on.
Is it a chart?
Councillor Hott?
I also think that we should have a time that we end, because I don't think it's fair to ask people, most of us have day jobs, and I don't think it's fair to ask us to be here till 1 or 2 in the morning.
We can deliberate on that. Councillor Zadi?
There's been a lot I don't remember. I'm like still recovering, guys. My energy levels are like crashing right now. So I agree with that. A hard stop. We used to have a hard stop. We need to get back to that. But so Access Westminster, I'm a personal touch guy. I'm not leaving. We need to, people reach out because they want to talk to us, not to a system. And I wouldn't use it, so I'm still going to use emails. But I'm just saying, I don't think that's probably a good direction. Maybe for our request to staff. So to that point, like council research topics, then I think there's a ticket prioritization to that point that we can do within Access Westminster, that if we have research topics and if that system has the ability to prioritize in there, and then maybe as a council, we can give direction by easily, voting on what we think priority is on the whole set of, there's ways of doing it. I don't know how advanced or not advanced the system is, so whatever it looks like, I think that's an opportunity, because I do agree, Mayor Pro Tem, so I'm probably the one with the most questions recently, and I think it's because we have our strat planning, right? So there's going to be seasons, high and low, and this one particularly is going to be a big change kind of session. Most years we have very incremental changes to our strat plan. I foresee more big changes this time, and it's really, I've been asking research questions because I'm trying to respect staff and not throwing on them on, come to that retreat and show up with a bunch of ideas that they've never seen before or heard about, and I'm coming with no data, no facts, no, I could do my own research, and we've seen how that has worked. From past counselors have done their own research, and 50-50, it's a good thing. So it's actually a good thing that counselors, and it's not just me, I think a lot of the new folks as well are asking questions, and it's a good thing. It's a change I haven't seen before. It's exciting, it's innovative, we care, there's passion. That's why there's a spike in questioning. So I don't want to kill the momentum of people's curiosity. So I think there's a way of doing this where we don't kill the creativity, which requires free flow, free access to staff, free access to, that flow is important when you're trying to create and innovate. But there is also the capacity. So the other side of the coin is staff capacity is limited. It's not a infinite resource. So, one of the things I talked about with Michelle, who's our consultant for the strat planning, was that, with strategy, it's not just what do you start, it's also what do you stop. I think over the years, we've just been adding on to the strat plan, various ideas, but we don't really have a dedicated segment where we say, what does staff want to actually stop? What's something that's on there? Because there's a lot of clutter. There's really great things on there, but I think there's a lot of stuff that's just legacy stuff that we may never work on or that we shouldn't work on anymore. We're in a different, we've advanced time-wise to a point where we have different issues right now than we did 4 years ago, even 2 years ago. Definitely more 10 years ago, right? So we should take a look and see what can we stop, because that also clears up capacity for staff. If they're working on stuff that none of us think is still a priority, then maybe that can be a way of opening up. But for this point, I agree, you need to limit me. So I'm agreeing to the limit that not just me, but any one of us who's innovating, we need guardrails, because it's going to continue, because it's really important, this meeting next month. So how do you do that without killing the momentum is the question.
And I think I need to leave that in city manager's hands.
Yeah, short answer is definitely ask the questions that you need to have answers to before, at any time, before the strat plan session. And I will tell you when the request is going to exceed 3 hours. It's very rare, but every once in a while, there's been one recently where that was going to be the case. And then council decides in public meeting whether that's how you wanted to instruct me to deploy resources to, yes, go ahead and do that research. So short answer is don't stop asking the questions, because they're really important to the, this is Q1 of a year, so we're 3 meetings short of the meetings that we usually have because of Martin Luther King Day, President's Day, and the NLC visits. It's also the Q1 of a new city council. So I think that the peak of questions and exploration before the strategic plan is combining with the shortage of council meetings to drive heavier agendas and more question loads. So just trust that we prioritize all your questions to get back to you, and we're putting immense downward pressure on the agendas themselves, shifting things into information only, and pushing out whatever we can that doesn't impede the conduct of the city's business beyond. There are things that council could consider at the strategic plan to even further dampen the agenda loads. One of the things that's not been adjusted for quite some time is the city manager's contract approval authorities. So right now there's a dollar limit, and so you can reduce, if you want to do your contract approval load by raising my limit. I still follow all the same protocols that we follow for council approvals, so that's maintained. A neighboring city, Thornton, the city manager doesn't bring any contracts to city council. If she has the budget approved by council, she awards those contracts. For example, for tonight we had, 3 contracts. There are nights where we have 10 to 12 contracts on your agendas, and so these are things you can mull on around that. But a short answer: don't stop asking your questions. I want to answer those for you as quickly as we can, and we'll get through this bulge.
Mayor Bertem?
I don't know exactly if this coincides, but in thinking about, because you just made me think of it's not just, like, a lot of those contracts go on consent, but I'm also thinking about how much time staff takes to prepare the staff reports. And so if we want to have leaner meetings, which I think we all do, you know, just to, if there are potential things like that, that staff could let us know, like, you know, I know we instituted concept plans, for example, several years ago. And I know staff came at a point, maybe, gosh, a year plus ago, to ask about not doing them anymore. So, you know, bring up things like that, that since we're trying to be more innovative, what might we have to lose on some of our meetings to be able to accommodate?
By the way, that is on the list. Getting rid of that on my list. And the ODP for multifamilies.
Yeah.
That's important too.
Yeah,
Sorry, Amber.
no, that's okay. No, to both of your points, I just want to point out that 75% of concept review plans never turn into a project. So a very, very small percentage do. So we are upsetting community members on things that are never going to happen, and we are spending valuable hours on things that are never going to happen. 75% never happen.
And the ODP approval that we changed in 22 for staff to come to us with any multifamily ODPs, we have to review them all. That's a huge, probably a lot of work that staff goes through. We gotta get rid about that as well.
So let's shelve this. This is all really good discussion. Let's save all of this for strategic planning. Hopefully take notes, not lose the thought. Any further thoughts right now on the presentation for Dave Frankel?
Yes. Just send me your suggestions. I'm happy to compile them. And real quick, the 7 o'clock start time is not in the charter, so we do have flexibility. The charter just mandates 2 meetings a month. If council prefers a different time, let's have that conversation about a different time. And the other part of what Councilor Zadi points out is we did have in the rules a time limit on our meetings, and the meeting would end after 4 hours. So if council would like to consider that rule being reintroduced, we can absolutely do that.
Yes.
6 to 10.
All right.
Yes. Well, as long as we could eat during those, because there's no way I can get here before 6 with my job. So
And again, we can take this conversation to the strategic planning. So thank you so much for that. We'll move on now to item B, which is the City Council Community Engagement Vision and Priorities. Thank you so much. I know you've been busy, so I'm really excited.
Ahead of our presentation to answer some questions about Access Westminster. Is this not? Thank you. Staff is prepared to train City Council on how to use the new Access Westminster that we rolled out last year. We're able to track public conversations from the initial inquiry to the response and resolution. There's timestamps for every single action. And with regard to email, staff is also happy and prepared to respond and acknowledge receipt of the customer request, so that we can close the email loop, move everything into Access Westminster, and have a public record that is there for in memoriam. So that's Access Westminster is our customer service portal. So that's meant for discrete questions such as potholes, code enforcement violations, things like that. When it comes to longer, more complex inquiries, we are going to roll out a stakeholder relationship management tool. I think Councilor Zadi has mentioned something like this for several years now. We had really envisioned it as a tool to capture complex inquiries from the community and community members who are highly engaged. We never considered that councilors could perhaps be a part of that record too. So when, let's say Councilor Zadi has a question, we can put it into the tool. It's cataloged and tracked, and our responses are cataloged and tracked for the entire breadth of the inquiry and of that resident or counselor. So these are the things that we're capable of doing, and Access Westminster is immediate. The stakeholder relationship management tool is more of a summer rollout for us. And then in between that, we're also rolling out an engagement portal for long-term complex problems or issues or projects that span multiple years. So instead of stacking it into one web page on the website that's hard to find, this portal will have every counselor agenda memo, every public meeting, public presentation, community advisory team meetings, all housed in one place. So if let's say, if it was the drinking water facility, something that we'll be talking about for several years, it'll all live in one place, one-stop shopping for everyone in the community. So that's sort of how we're thinking about the community engagement and scaling of that. Did that answer Council's questions? Okay, great. Let's see here. We have two sets of calendars to share with council. One is a proposed city council events calendar, and the other is Alex Reeves and his team's PRL special events calendar. If I could pass that. Okay, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Councilors. I'm Andy Ladd, Communications Manager for the city, and this is Alex Reeves, Operations Manager for PRL. Our session tonight is intended as a check-in and listening session with City Council. Ahead of the strategic planning session, we have two items for Council's consideration. One is a brief presentation to help us align to City Council's vision and priorities. And the second item is a set of event calendars for City Council's consideration. The presentation, presents what we believe we've heard from City Council and the supporting activities we believe aligns with City Council's priorities. And the set of calendars is meant to support City Council's direction and to provide historical context and past practices. However, past practices and prior calendars do not dictate future engagement, and staff is fully prepared to adjust our approach based on City Council's visions, priorities, and direction. We're looking forward to hearing your feedback and guidance on how you would like City Council's community engagement efforts to evolve. And should City Council wish to approve or amend the City Council calendar tonight, staff is prepared to begin confirming dates, availabilities, and securing locations for the rest of the year, the rest of the year's events. So here's what we have heard from City Council. Here's what we believe we've heard from City Council. One, meet residents where they are. Two, engage residents in as many formats, mediums, and locations as possible. And finally, ensure events are planned across the city. Is that an accurate reflection? And would council wish to amend, adjust, or add any other items to this?
Mayor Pro Tem? I just thought businesses or stakeholders, could we get more broad than just residents?
Yes.
This might be a little prescriptive and maybe belongs later in the presentation, but I would love to see the utilization of scientifically valid metrics of engagement, including like scientifically valid polling data, not just survey responses.
Councilor Barajas.
And I don't know if this is necessarily the purview of this conversation, but maybe this is more something to city managers. But something that I'm hearing from residents is, and maybe I should say stakeholders at large, is like a reflection back of what they're communicating. So like, hey, this is what you're telling to me. This is, or like, sorry, the city as a body is having conversations with residents, and there's a lot of like, yes, tell me, but sometimes I feel like there's not the residents or the stakeholders don't necessarily hear a reflection back like, hey, you heard what I said. yeah, if it's another point, if it's some other piece, but just the onus of the city to communicate, here's what I think you're saying, something like that. And that's something that I'm practicing. I have to practice as well as, like, in this role, I'm like learning the skills to really communicate that. But I think that might be helpful. I don't know what the process is right now or anything, but.
I think we're just giving ideas. Councilor Ireland?
Well, some of the ideas I have for town halls, for stakeholders is, like Councilor Namella said, businesses, HOAs, those that are seeking childcare, like Obi's. I mean, I haven't heard, like he has, from so many residents that are upset about childcare. Why people are homeschooling instead of sending their kids to public schools. Our schools are losing kids in record numbers. And why are those parents upset and taking them out of school? Because homeschooling is not easy. I would have hated to homeschool my children. All 5 of them at home, and they don't like to listen to mom anyway, so they have their, so I would like to know from stakeholders why this is happening, and we need to address it, because we keep paying for these schools, and they keep losing kids, but we're not asking the parents why.
Councilor Hott?
Yes, I noticed that both Pride events have a question mark. What I like to say about Pride is I really appreciate that we were able to partner with the Butterfly Pavilion for Pride last year, but there was definitely some confusion with residents understanding that that was a Westminster sponsored event. And so I see the Butterfly Pavilion and a Broomfield/Westy Pride, which I'm fine with either or both. I just want to make sure that it's very clear that Westminster is sponsoring and hosting a Pride for our residents, and that, you know, I really want the message to be that every resident is included, you know, in our city. And so I just want to make sure that whatever we do for Pride, that it's very obvious that Westminster is hosting something. And I'm not opposed to partnership. I just want it to be clear.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just on that note, last year I was hoping we could have something that would be family friendly for Pride. So if we can just.
Butterfly Pavilion's super family friendly.
Well, no, the event that we had was adults focused.
There wasn't even alcohol there. I don't know why.
I want to speak to alcohol next when you're.
Well, there was no alcohol, so I don't know.
It was for adults, I think. Does anybody else?
Yeah, the tickets were adult.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I'm just saying I don't understand why they did that, because there wasn't any alcohol.
Yeah, it's like a kid. I know, it was kind of weird.
Yes, there's a story there, Alex.
Yes, yeah, I can speak on that. Yes, the Butterfly Pavilion last year was an adult Pride event.
Yeah.
This year they're working on programs before their adult Pride. And also we have in the Westy Broomfield Pride. Can't say too much information yet because we're still working out some logistics, which will be for all ages as well. So it'll be 2 prides.
Oh.
We partner with Butterfly Pavilion and also the Westy Broomfield type pride as well.
Wow. I'll just speak up. So similar to Councilor Hott, I really feel strongly about this, and I love the Butterfly Pavilion, but the fact that their seats were so limited, you know, was a big issue. And so I was really hoping that we might be able to partner, and it sounds like you're already making that happen. That's really exciting. So that just means everyone and all are welcome, and that's exactly what the hope is. So thank you. That's amazing. All right. Yes, Councilor Ireland.
So I have been talking about trying to limit the events that we serve alcohol. In light of what happened to Faith Winter, and now we have a Supreme Court justice that had alcohol problems, I don't think we should be adding to the problems, because I've had political friends who had alcohol problems, and all these events have alcohol, and taxpayers are paying for them. So not only are we contributing to their mental illness by having alcohol at all these events that we sponsored, a lot of them, I just think and we're always telling them we have mental illness, and a lot of it's caused by alcohol. So we could cut the cost of a lot of these events by, if you want alcohol, you can pay your own, for one thing. That would limit how many they would drink So I'm a proponent to stop this alcohol use because in the country as a whole, it's going down.
Mayor Pro Tem, Eric Otzelberger, Parks, Recreation, and Libraries Director, Council. So I know we've talked about this issue in the past, and speaking of as a straight edger myself, I can respect where you're coming from. We try to strike a balance here. We are at our previous events offering NA options and other beverages. The team is enhancing that this year. We did terminate the adult Easter egg hunt. That was something that, and trying to balance our limited resources to those greater community impacts. I hear what you're saying, and some of the events that have outside parties involved, we're looking at some different approaches, perhaps with downtown Westminster, and trying to balance that out. So we hear you, and we also recognize there is a social element to that.
But I'll tell you,
alcohol
people that have
consumption
alcohol
too.
problems, going to those kind of events where there's open bars is very difficult for them to overcome.
Yeah.
And I've seen it many times, not just Faith Winter, especially in politics. Everywhere you go, every event has alcohol almost. And it's a problem. And taxpayers are paying for it in one way, or they're not only paying it, they're paying for the event and the mental issues with their leaders. So just to be aware that I'm a proponent against all this drinking.
Yeah. So.
We don't have to sponsor it, and we shouldn't be sponsoring it. You have your opinion, and I've seen it in lives of my friends who they go into a bar, and it's really difficult for them to abstain when they have an alcohol problem.
Fair point, Counselor, and it's kind of a larger social question, and especially in the state, and speaking where I grew up in the state of Wisconsin, it's an epidemic. So I hear you.
Is this, I'm just trying to wonder where we head from here, because I feel like I hear an ask, and I'm not sure how we do that. And if we want to maybe look at some events, I don't know if we want to poll council for all of them. That doesn't really make sense to me, but what would you propose, if anything?
Well, Mayor, I would propose, perhaps if there's interest in bandwidth at the strategic plan retreat, and departments will be coming to you to talk budget items. Top of mind for me, Top Taco and Westy Brewfest. I mean, those are really centered around festive beverages. Now, 4th of July, Westy Fest, movies in the park. A lot of our other marquee events are more community-minded. So, of course, we'll serve it at your collective pleasure, but perhaps maybe that's something to think about, whether, and you want to touch on that at the strategic plan, or when we come as Parks, Rec, and Libraries to talk about our budget item, those events that are really, let's just more party events. Do we want to be in the business of facilitating those? And I think, as many of you know, Top Taco is a third party that puts that on. We facilitate that, but those are the two primary ones that come to mind.
If I hear this ask, so perhaps coming to either strategic planning, if that's easiest because that's soonest, or if you need more time, with some sort of suggested list, and we can go through that and make sure that we all agree on what we're doing.
Yeah, and subject to change, but I believe the Parks, Recreation, and Libraries budget presentation item will be the Monday after the strategic plan retreat, so they'll both be very close. So whatever makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other thoughts? Okay.
So thoughts on what, that or the events? Are we jumping into the events now, or are we still on that?
I'll let, yes.
I have 3-4 more slides. This will be quick. But to following up on Councillor Johnson and Barajas' statement about a scientifically valid study that we report back out on. In the coming months, we will come back to council with our 2026 biannual survey, which is a scientifically valid study survey that we use a polling company to work. We work with a polling company to produce, the results of which we present back to council in the summertime, where the community sort of reports back on how are we doing as an organization and as a city. Okay. Meet community members where they are. We use a blend of in-person and digital engagement to reach residents with different needs and schedules. In-person events include neighborhood walks, construction outreach, partner tabling, community updates, listening sessions, community advisory teams. We don't impose a one-size-fits-all model on our community. Digital tools include a quarterly print magazine, a monthly newsletter, a blog that we post content to regularly, award-winning videos and photography to extend our reach and demand. We recognize that reading is not as in vogue as it once was. And then finally, we're really thoughtful about tailoring our engagement approaches to the audience and the issue. And just because one tool worked in one set of issues doesn't mean we impose that rule to other things. Does this sort of square up with what council has in mind for what we do? Would you welcome any edits, adjustments, additions?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just the different, I don't know if we more overtly say like language access, making sure that we're reflecting that in the materials or in just like, hey,
in our print materials, especially around construction, things that really impact people, they're translated into Spanish. As a requirement, we've expanded our, when we have construction projects now, as part of the contract, the contractor is required to knock on doors and flyer the homes, and the materials are provided in English and in Spanish. When we've engaged our community around digital materials, the vast majority of the responses that we get they have those tools natively on their computer, on their devices, so that's not nearly as needed. We wish we could do more. We wish we would translate into more languages, and as sort of things shake out, we'd like to do more of that. That's certainly a need. And then finally, I should also acknowledge that we provide simultaneous translations for city council events. In Spanish, there's a team of folks that are ready to do it on an as-needed basis.
Shouldn't the townhouse be on there too?
They should be, shouldn't they? I think this was more big picture things. The last slide will be the actual events that we can sort of walk through, the different calendars that will sort of talk about business community outreach, HOA outreach, and that sort of stuff. And then finally, engage in as many mediums and formats and locations. So we match engagement tools to the community, the issues, and the desired outcomes. Our digital access, we've expanded with a new ADA accessible website and Access Westminster last year, and in this year we're really excited about launching this engagement portal, which will house long-term projects and a stakeholder relationship management tool to improve coordination and follow-up. I think what we've heard time and time again is the city announces something, or we say we're going to do something, and then we don't report back out on what we've done and our success. We intend to create a public record for the community's review. And then finally, ensure events are planned across the city. The proposed engagement calendars in front of you includes town halls, listening sessions, community updates. We've also included a reference to pop-up city councilor tabling sessions. Staff is also organizing a utility affordability listening session that we're really excited about. We plan to have a Public Works and Utilities employ a policy and budget person. If counselors wish to attend, we would welcome that as well. And then an engagement staff to sort of, one, talk about all the services. We're going to gather up all the affordability initiatives and services that we provide into one sheet of paper that we can provide to all of our residents who are interested. And then we can also talk about sort of the challenges around maintaining a utility and ensure that the infrastructure of the city is sound. And then finally, from those sessions, we will report out at the budget town hall tentatively scheduled in April, if council is supportive of that, where we can sort of report back out on what we've heard, what are the resources that are meaningful, what would the community want more of to help inform city council's decision making. And then finally, the star of the show, Mr. Alex Reeves. His team leads the PRL special events calendar development, and it includes 16 high-impact events for City Council's consideration, either to fold into the City Council engagement calendar as you see fit. And that concludes my very brief, hopefully, presentation, and these are prompts that if it's helpful to council's discussion.
Okay, thoughts, questions? Councilor Zadi?
So first of all, thank you. I think one of the asks in the past was, can we reduce number of events? So this is a really solid reflection. I think prioritizing to these top 16 makes a lot of sense. So thanks for that. The question I have is related to the utility affordability listening session. Is that the translation of the task force, or is this something else?
Thank you for the question. So the Councilor Azadi sent back around a week or so ago, a proposal for everybody to look at around a utility affordability task force. That's actually informed some of the thinking here, and one of the drivers for this, the short answer is it could be related, it could be run in parallel to what you're suggesting. The idea being to engage the broader community with information sharing. This is something we found a very helpful approach with the community updates. Share the information, get it out there, create a dialogue, a broader dialogue, and then council can decide, that's the right thing at the right time to do with our community right now, and or also talk about where to move next on your recommendation for a task force. When I know that our Public Works Utilities Director, specifically related to the task force, is looking at similar models, and we are looking very closely at the Broomfield model, which is, I believe, they've called it something slightly different, but it seems to be very similar to what you're proposing, which is an advisory committee. They call theirs an advisory committee, and it's made up of stakeholders, experts, community members, and that sort of thing. And they track through with the utility, what's happening in the utility, key decisions. This broader engagement could plug feedback from the community into a group like that, so it could lift potentially the tide for awareness and dialogue around affordability. The idea is, and of course, these sessions in our community, any and all members of council would be, able to go to those and hear firsthand and engage in dialogue with community members on this topic. And the idea being that we've learned from past experience that when issues are hot for the community and we don't get out in front of them with information sharing and opportunity for public discourse, that narratives form that are maybe not based on specific data to Westminster, or the data is somewhat misaligned or whatnot. This way, everybody, you don't want to ever have public discourse when people don't people don't agree on the facts. So if we can get agreement on the facts, then the problem solving flows naturally. That's the thinking here.
Yeah, so thanks for that clarity, because I actually like the idea of listening sessions, but also the concept of the task force has the same purpose, right? Rather than us doing a study, which ends in June, correct? The water study, is that June?
I don't think we have public works utilities here, so it.
Last time you had said June,
something
right?
in the summer, yeah.
What we usually would do is we have this long study. The study completes, and then we say, hey, based on the study, here's the rate structure, and then we try to communicate that to the public. The concept of an advisory group, where that's made up of community, of council, of staff, is that the study becomes the fact base, right? So rather than questioning the facts, we actually build the data from the study into the model, which we already have, at least from 22. We had that model, the Excel model that was interactive, and people could, play with the rates and see if it impacts the stability of the operations or the stability of, the financials. I think there's an opportunity to build buy-in with the community if we involve them. So it's not giving them the mandate of coming up with the rate structure. It's giving them the opportunity to advise and give us ideas and to dive in. So it's educational, because whoever is part of this group and the public who's watching, because these would be publicly, a public meeting almost. The concept is you have a group of people walking through the results of a long study that's their facts, and trying to figure out if there's opportunity or flexibility in our system and our financials to reduce water rates. And if the answer, after playing with the numbers and playing with the facts and seeing, if the answer is no, we are actually at the right level, or we actually need to increase rates, at least we would have more buy-in, because it wouldn't feel like staff is pushing down, right? And we know that that's not what happens, but to your point earlier about perception is reality. The perception is staff will just come up with something and people feel it in their wallet. We can flip that equation by involving them and walking them through and giving them the opportunity to feel like they're part of the decision. I think that's the concept of the workforce, and we'll meet multiple months, a long period of time after the study's done. So I don't know if you guys have seen the email that I sent on that, but.
Yeah, and I'll just say real quick that I'm a real fan. I saw that email, and I think it's a great idea, so I'm excited about it, and it has some questions on the how and the timeline, so we can talk about that. Mayor Pro Tem?
Nerd moment for myself, but I just want to make sure that as we go out to the public and talk about utility rates, that they understand that there are requirements with an enterprise fund, that we have to make it whole, so that it's not necessarily like what the parameters of the decision is. Because the going out to the community, you don't want to sell them something that they really don't have as much influence over. So I just want us to be careful about that discussion and the parameters of that decision.
Councilor Ireland?
Just to talk to Andy Lee a little bit more about, we talked about public record for success. So how do we get the feedback when we have these events, town halls? How do we get the feedback from the public as what they thought about the event, or if they got their questions answered, or they felt like they were being heard? How do we get that feedback?
We have exit surveys. There's a QR code that residents can scan, and they provide feedback.
Is that right at the event?
That's right at the event. And then we also, as part of our tabling exercises and online engagement, we track all of those reports, and then we report. Typically, we report back out on what we've heard from the community within 2 weeks after a town hall. The budget town hall is probably our most exemplary that's our best example of that, because there are the real questions tied to it. We feel really good about that. And then the message of your communication is the response that you get. So we hold ourselves accountable to ensure that our events continue to grow. Like Alex and his team, they have fun events. Not that town halls aren't fun, but it's an easier sell. So we try our best to really make them meaningful. And every year we've seen an uptick in online engagement and in-person attendance.
So after events, you put on Facebook the QR code so they can see it there? Because me going to the events, I never was even even realized there was a QR code that they could scan, and so apparently I wasn't aware. So hopefully we put that out there that's what they should follow up, how they should follow up.
During the event, the QR code is available.
Okay, so we need to announce that better, right, at the event.
Yep.
Okay.
We can definitely do that.
So we're not spending so much on surveys, we're actually surveying at the event. Okay.
I just want to go back to Councilor Azadi's point real quick on the water advisory idea. So I think this is really interesting. It might just require full discussion. So maybe this is something we table as well for the strategic planning session, if that makes the most sense.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to do. But I think Jody has said tonight. So I guess it's not tonight. Yeah, told me it was going to be tonight. I was planning on February 28th. But if it's not tonight, then you tell me.
To talk about this? So, what would be the most helpful for us would be a sense of general direction from council that this is what you want to do. And sorry, I didn't maybe say it properly. We're already working on drafting a proposal up for you to look at. Should you green light this, we'll bring something back for you. In
for strat planning or some other time?
We can bring it in for strategic plan. We could actually bring in, like you did, a proposal. We could bring something back that's Westminster, yours was Westminster specific, I don't mean that. We'll look at it and bring something back that would be a recommendation from us.
Awesome.
To parallel track. If you also green light these utility, I keep pointing at the screen, if you green light the utility public information sessions and engagement sessions, we can put those two together, bring them back during the strategic plan for you to look at.
That's helpful. I just want to say I really appreciate the idea of the utilities. You already had that going, and then Councilor Zadi, you have this idea going, and it sounds like the two really work well together. So I think it's a good way to bring in our residents and engage them. So well done. Councilor Hott.
I just want to give my feedback that I really like the idea of an advisory board, a utility advisory board.
Councilor Barajas.
Well, just kind of echoing Councilor Hott's exact language is just, this is like a question, like an advisory board is like what, like a board and commission that we have. So I don't know if there is just like, in my mind, like safeguarding kind of long-term thinking. I don't know anything about the process, so that's me just wondering aloud.
Yeah, so we've had different names for these, right? We have CATs, we have workforces, we've done those. So I don't care what it's named. But I think the name does matter, the first few words, because it guides. But the whole purpose here is to build trust with residents. So the name needs to be trust building and not more so a governmental thing.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
To your point, I just want to say I echo your questions, and I think logistically that's something we can figure out. What is the timeline? Does it exist forever? Go ahead.
Right.
Yeah, no, I mean, I certainly agree with the language. My wondering around that was more about the process. Like, is this something that we take application? I mean, and I know you've mentioned this, but just like, so that we can like do it every year or whenever we do this process, we kind of, or if it's maybe, again, later discussion maybe, but I just, the question is, is it something we can codify a little bit more? Is that appropriate to do that? I don't know. It's just, I have no idea about what the process looks like in creation.
I just saw for the first time tonight in the protocols, we actually have, I don't know if it's protocols or rules. I think it's protocols. When we have to, so there's a rule, a protocol on creating community boards or advisory groups. Do you know what I'm talking about, City Attorney?
I imagine it's in a bigger one. Maybe not.
And it says that we get to appoint. Is it in the protocol?
As we look that up, what I can commit to is we can put a recommendation together that would include the governance structure as a starting point, and then like earlier tonight, council can look at that and say, I really like 11 out of the 12. Can we change? I want to change 12 to be different and put it this way. So we can put a proposal together that aligns with the current rules and regulations and the code of conduct and such, and give you. And if we didn't quite get it right, like tonight, we'll ask you, is this about right? And you'll say, no, we want to stiffen it up or relax it, or we want it to be longer or shorter. Then that would be when you could do that, or would want to do that.
Mayor Protem.
I recall a study session where we had our city clerk come in and talk about when do we use a task force or when do we set an advisory board, and we talked about parameters and kind of best practices. And so I'd like us to be able to follow the best practice there in terms of, setting up a timeline or specific charge for whatever this committee task force would be. And I'll just underline again, I personally, I just want to highlight the fine line between, our need to run an enterprise fund and set fees that have to have a specific nexus, and, getting the community involved in the operations of our core services, I just think needs to be handled with a lot of communication and clarity in terms of where they're able to, weigh in and have a true impact, because we have a responsibility to run the city. So, sorry, I know I'm underlining that twice. I'll stop.
And that's really important, right? And that's been something that I've been wanting to make sure it's through the proposal I sent. It's very specific, financial, and it needs to maintain our financial and operational stability. Yeah. Whatever the advice from this group is, I think that's important, and that's why it's important to have a mix of people, including council, on this, because those conversations can get really wily, and we can bring them back to just, staff is there too. So here are the rules, here's how enterprise fund works. And that's why the model is important, because the model should actually build the guardrails automatically. You shouldn't be able to break, right? And that's why the model in 2022 was really good. It helped get to a conclusion faster, because we all had the opportunity to play with the numbers. So I think if everyone has this model with the new fact base from the study built in, I think that solves that hopefully can put you to sleep at night sometimes. However that's said. My mind is still sick. But
and again, advisory, right? So yeah.
Advisory.
So with that, let's table that for strategic planning. Andy, did you have any further thoughts and questions?
With regard to the engagement calendar, were there any edits, adjustments, or would?
So I will, before I lose my train of thought, one more time. This looks really good to prior comments and thoughts. I really love that it was streamlined on both accounts, so thank you. I have been, as you know, our communications is my #1 priority right now, and so I'm really excited that we're figuring out new and innovative ways to reach the community. This holds a traditional account of how we've done things in the sense of who we're reaching out to. I'm hoping we can somehow get more folks out in different ways, knocking doors. We talked about that. I saw you had it, and postcards and whatnot. But I don't see the new external stakeholder engagement, and so I'm hoping to have more collaboration, for example, with our 2 counties. And so if we can include somewhere, just looking, if folks are interested in town halls with our Adams and Jeffco stakeholders, they have had positive response so far in the informal conversations I've had with them, that they would be excited to, do joint, collaborative efforts with us. And that just helps us reach more of our community, and so that community members get more of their answers in one place. And then I'm really hoping that we can do outreach in whatever form that looks like according to their calendars, but with our schools as well. Just really trying to be a 360 about this. And I've heard that before, oh, I can't go to city council, I have a PTA meeting, you can't have me be everywhere. And so I'm really trying to look at this through a new lens. And while more events is not always optimal, but can we repurpose perhaps a couple of our town halls that exist and say, okay, if there's real high interest or engagement from council, does council really want to be in on one of those? And the others we can repurpose as our city manager updates and whatnot, just to make sure we're reaching folks. Yes.
I actually love that idea of, and not just once a year, but I think quarterly is a good frequency of bringing in sort of an intergovernmental town hall, right? Where it's not just council, but it's school board, county commissioners, state rep, to be able to answer anyone's question. And we host it. So it's a Westminster hosted, I love that. But that gives us an opportunity also of reimagining town halls in general. I don't think we should have only, so if those are repurposed to be more of this more collaborative thing, I think we can re-look at the community update. So like these monthly mayor community updates, it's come up in past councils, current council, we haven't talked about it yet. But a monthly update with city manager and mayor and a rotating cast of councilors. Right? So that we're not all committed to it. Not everyone can come to every one, but you rotate and you ask, hey, Adam, are you free in May? Yeah. You have 2 or 3 per, but you just rotate. And that becomes because right now it's very confusing. Folks will go to their community update and then they'll say, oh, where is the rest of council? I got a question of, hey, so you don't care about what, you weren't there, so does that mean you didn't care to be there, right? So it's very confusing to have that, and then we'll have town halls, and then we'll have listening sessions, so there's an opportunity to streamline. That's my point.
I just want to say thank you. I was going to say that one next. So I love that. Thank you. If there's any other thoughts on that one while we're on that topic with the update, would there be interest in bringing in council? Yeah. Okay. I see a lot of positive nodding. Thank you, Councilor.
And then that maybe becomes like a city council monthly update.
Yes, Mayor Protem.
I just have a conflict with the meet your council date because I'm out of town. It's spring break.
Where is that?
It's on the sheet with the colorful sheet.
It's the first city council town hall on March 25th. At least for Adams 12 at city.
I think I'm out too. I'm not here.
I think there's a good chance I'm not here for spring break either.
So meet some of your council or.
That's right.
We'll certainly update it.
The cutouts.
I'll be here.
Yeah, we could have cutouts of us.
I'm trying to go somewhere during my spring break.
Okay.
With the town halls, I hear there's a desire to perhaps change the structure and the topic. Mayor, would it be appropriate to poll what council town halls to change? And we're beginning conversations with our county partners and school partners about finding times that work for everybody.
I didn't hear change of topic as request. Is that due to our partners? Are you thinking because of the partnering?
I did have some topics for groups like HOAs and businesses. And
with the yes, we haven't fit that in there.
And
yeah.
Okay. In that case, I think polls might be the best idea to solve this, because especially with dates.
I see the school district should be there for homeschooling.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
For you? Okay.
Would you like me to poll?
I'm sorry. I thought you were going to send out surveys according to like what dates work for what topics. So that's
I'm happy to do that too.
That would be great.
Okay.
Do that instead.
Yes.
Okay.
Just to eat less time and try to.
Yep. We'll do that.
I lost my phone.
You got that, Andy?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. So we'll harness all the ideas we heard, requests, HOAs and such, schools, counties, and we'll get that into poll for you.
I know that's a lot, but
Oh,
thank you.
very easy to do.
Does the number of town halls look about right, especially if we make the modification to the community updates to have it be city council community updates?
The listening sessions, there's 5 of them, and they're all in February and March. Was that intentional? Is there a reason?
It was meant to build up to the budget town hall, which is tentatively scheduled for April 22nd.
Okay.
Where we would report back out on what we heard.
Who's leading the budget town? Sorry, which department is showing up for that budget town hall? Sorry, that never mind. I was thinking of a mayor update. Rescind the question. Sorry.
Next month, if we approve the water affordability task force, that would be fit into this somewhere as well. And if the June is the output from the consultant on the study, I guess you can tell us on February 28th, how that will fit into the budget process. I'm sure you guys will structure it so it lines up nicely. Just wanted to think out loud, sorry.
Right, because we're adding, we did a great job of streamlining, eliminating, and now we're adding, but I think the real goal is to really combine, what can we repurpose? So don't be afraid to offer suggestions on repurposing.
Well, I think that really from feedback, City Council Town Hall on the 25th of March is probably not going to have too many city councilors showing up.
Yeah. That'll get us that.
So that one probably needs to be changed.
I think I have a lot of good direction.
I know that was a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I add, Mayor,
Yes.
we will take a second look at the utility affordability listening sessions as to whether they really all need to clump up before the budget process. And maybe with the combined parallel with the group that we would form, we may be able to spread that out a little bit more. So we'll look at that.
And the first few sessions of that group, the advisory group, could be informational, just education. You can also just combine in general. One last question, sorry. On the pop-up, so Councilor Barajas had a really great suggestion on the pop-up that he wants to do, and you're supplying the toolkit for that. I'm thinking of an HOA tour. Can the same toolkit be used, is the question, I guess, for events like that? Because if we're not going to do an HOA tour in this event sheet, to Councilor Ireland's point, and we want to do it on our own, can we be armed with the same toolkit or some similar toolkit for our own pop-ups there?
Yes, we're building the materials right now, and the goal and the idea is to have it sitting in the city manager's office for our city councilors to pick up whenever they wish. With Councilor Barajas's idea, the only requirement would be we need 24 hours notice so we can tell PRL staff to be prepared to reserve a table, a side, or a corner of the facility so everyone's prepared, and security is also prepared that a city councilor will be present at the city facility.
Okay, but that's because his is a pop-up, right? So you're supplying the table and everything. Yeah. But if we just want the information, like things we can hand out.
A toolkit sounds a lot more fancy than what this is. It's a tote with a lot of educational materials built inside of it. Yeah. And if you have particular items that you wish to have included, we'll include that too.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, just on that note, this is a question for you. Is there a way that we can communicate, some sort of circling back on if materials start to dwindle, best, just since we're all here, are you going to have someone check it periodically, or should we just?
Every time we get it back from a counselor, we'll review the inventory and we'll add more stuff to it.
Thanks.
Anything else, Councilor?
I think a HOA tour would be wonderful, but since we have so many HOAs, it could take days to visit them all. That's why I was wanting a central location, invite all their presidents and board members to one location, have a town hall where we find out what their issues are, what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong, but all their board members, not the whole HOA, not the whole neighborhood, just their board members.
Yeah, and I think to that point of having this intergovernmental, I think one of them could be a HOA, right? Where it's council and HOAs, all the HOAs.
Do it.
Do we have enough to map out some suggestions? I think we do. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. With that, thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think we have reason for executive session.
Actually, Mayor, all three of the exec sessions that are remaining this evening have all been voted in open meetings to occur. So if the business during tonight's open sessions is concluded, you could close the public portion of the meeting.
Thank you. I don't want to make sure I don't need any more approvals. With that, the time is exactly 10 on the dot, and we are calling this meeting for February 9th, 2026 adjourned.